Good morning, everyone. So, last week we started to learn how to conduct a marketing research. So, on last week, I explained to you all that, like, when it comes to marketing research, we only do a marketing research when we have problem. So I think last week we only discussed the first step that you have to follow when you have to do a marketing research. So I think, so I will give you a brief introduction on marketing research on today as well. So I told you when I had to introduce what is a marketing research. So for that, I took what was the company? This Lego company as the example, right? So all of us are familiar with the Lego or the building. And the scenario that I was explaining is, so usually, I think still we can see this in the current society, and that is like when it comes to several things. So maybe it is the way we are supposed to dress up, or maybe it is the way we are supposed to play with. Most of the time, these things are encouraged or influenced by what the society says, or most of the time, these are influenced by the social norms. Okay, so the Lego brand, they realize this, right? They realize this, and what they understood was, according to the social norms, girls were supposed to play dress up and they were only supposed to play with dolls, right? And on the other hand, according to the social norms, only boys were encouraged to play with what? Those Lego blocks, right? So they had this doubt, right? They had this problem. The problem they had was, so the society is saying this, right? But despite what the society is trying to say, are children really limiting their creativity, or are they really, limiting their playfulness to what the society is saying, right? So as a result, so that was the problem the Lego company had, right? So in that case, the research problem the Lego company had was, the society says something, and does the social norms limit those little children's innovation, playfulness, or the creativity, right? Then, in order to conduct the research, they invited people means parents, children from 7 different countries, right? Then, after conducting that research, they were able to, like gather this result, and it was, no matter what the society says, the little girls, they are still like, or they still prefer to play with the Lego blocks, right? So in that case, so if we take that as the example, right? When it comes to conducting a research, the very first thing that you have to follow, or the very first step that you have to follow is what? Defining the problem. I mean, like, no one would like just do a marketing research if they don't have any problem, right? So when it comes to conducting the marketing research, the very first step that we should follow is defining the problem, right? So when it comes to marketing research, the first step is defining the problem. First step is defining the problem. So under this, we actually, so this is the first step, right? Under this, we try to get answers for three things, right? First one, what is the problem? Then, by taking the answer for this problem or by solving this problem, what are the other things for which you can get the answers? That we call research objective. Third one, target population. So, just, yeah, we are still on the first step anyway, like that's what we only completed the first step on last week. So here, when it comes to conducting the marketing research, the very first step is defining the problem. Okay. So here, in the previous example that I discussed, the problem Lego company had was, despite, were you there for that part? Despite the society telling only girls are supposed to play with dolls, only boys are supposed to play with these building blocks, is that the really case? Or like what the society saying, is it really limiting how those kids play and there may be the creativeness? That's the problem the Lego company has, right? So if they get the answer to that their research problem, so what are the other things that will help them to understand? So they will, it will help them to understand when they have to design building blocks for girls, do they have to go for product modification, right? Then what about the price? Likewise, they can have research objectives as well. Then for the target population here in order to conduct this research, so here the what is the main product? Lego blocks, right? And the age, the usually when it comes to the age, the little kids from 9 to 14, they are the ones who will play with this Lego blocks. You're familiar with Lego blocks, right? Then, for the target population, they only selected children who are in the, like the age range where they actually play with those Lego blocks, right? So that is the first step. Are you clear about this? No. So here, that's why you should you should not leave the class in the beginning. And you left like before the interval, right? So here, so last week we started to explain last week we started to explain how you can conduct a marketing research. Okay, so are you all familiar with the marketing research? Have you ever done the marketing research? No. So people, like companies do marketing research when they have a problem, right? Because like otherwise no one like put that much effort to conduct any research if they don't have a problem, right? So in the example that I took last week was, so even in nowadays, there are social norms, like there are things that society or like there is a way that society tells us to behave based on our gender. So the example I took was, so still we say girls are supposed to like color pink, right? and they are supposed to play with the dolls. And they are, when it comes to the games, they are supposed to play dress up, right? Then when it comes to boys, they are supposed to like the color blue. Then they are supposed to play with cars. They are supposed to play with the building blocks, right? So the Lego company, like the Lego company is the company who produced those Lego blocks. They realize this. They realize like when it comes to those ways that little children can play, there are limitations, right? These limitations are put by the society, right? So they wanted to know, like, so here in the society, there are limitations, right? But despite these limitations, are the, like, when it comes to the way they play, is it really limited to what the society is telling? So for an example, what they wanted to know was, so as per the society, girls are supposed to do like girly things, like the color pink, play dress up, play with dolls, right? But they wanted to know, are the little girls, like, are they willing to break those like boundaries? That's what they wanted to see, right? So what they did was they asked both parents and little kids to come and play at a site, right? They are, what they realized was when it comes to the parents of those little children, they were following what the society said. For an example, the parents of boys, they were telling them to play with those like machines, Lego blocks, and all of that. Right? Then for the parents with the girls, they are encouraging their girls to play with dolls, play dress up, all of that. Right? But what happened was when it comes to those children, they like, even those little girl children, they started playing with what? Lego blocks. So what it means is it does like, even the society is asking them to behave in a certain manner, still they do what they want, right? They are like, they are not only playing with what the society is asking them to play with, right? So that's what that was the conclusion, right? Now that is an example for what? Marketing research, right? So now I am going to tell you how you can do market research on your own, right? For that, the very first step is what? Defining the problem. You have to do a market research, right? But why are you doing a market research? You need to have a problem, right? So the first step in conducting the marketing research is what? Defining the problem, right? So this is the first step, right? In that first step, you have to sort out three things, right? First one, the obvious, you need to find your problem, right? So if I take the previous example, what was their problem? The liquid block example. What? Yeah, what was the problem? Their problem was there are social norms, but when it comes to the children, is it limiting their creativity or the way they play, right? Then research objective means, so here we have our main problem, right? When we get the answer for the main problem, what are the other things? So like, what are the other things for which we can get answers? For an example, so now we know, like when it comes to the building blocks, even girls can play with it, right? Then the research objective, you can say, yeah, the research objectives can be, how can we promote it? How can we promote that Lego blocks can be played by little girls as well? Like, what should be the pricing? So likewise, these are what we call research objectives, right? Third one, target population means if we want to know, like if we want to know, like how little children are playing with Lego blocks, right? Can I conduct that market research with you guys, like with your age range? No, right? So I should conduct this marketing research uh, in the age range where people really play with the Lego blocks, right? So usually that age range is from 9 to I think 40. Right? So in order to conduct that marketing research, they have only asked children from this age range because they are the ones who are really playing with what? Lego blocks. Yeah. So that was the first step. Okay. Then we will move to the second one. The ones who are joining online, Afika, Raj and Rifan was there. Are you all clear about the first step so far? Can anyone answer? Yes. Rifan, yeah. What about others? Afika and Satush. Afika, what about you? Are you clear about the first step? Ah, yes. Then we will move to the second step. So the first step is what? What is the first step? I just explained. Yes. The first step is identifying the problem. Right. Then we have our second step. The second step is develop the research plan. Don't worry. Second step is develop the research plan. Right. So here, under this, again, we have like, we are going to sort out three things. Right. First one, research design. Don't worry, I will try to explain this in simple way as possible. Okay. Second one, how are you going to collect data? Right. Third one, time frame and budget. Right. Remember, the second step is what? Develop the research plan. Right. Under this, we are going to answer these three things. Research design, how are we going to collect the data, time frame and budget. So here, when it comes to the research design, what it means is, so we know that we have a research problem, right? And we need to solve this. And that's the main reason we are doing what? We are doing our marketing research. So here, when it comes to the way that we can conduct this marketing research, there can be four ways, right? I mean, there is one marketing research, but you have four different ways uh, to conduct this marketing research, right? So here, these are the four different ways. First one, exploratory, descriptive, ethnography, experimental. I will explain, don't worry. So here, when you say exploratory, right? So it's simply, it's like exploring, right? If you explore something, what does it mean? You say, I want to explore more details on this matter. What does it mean? Yes, exactly. So that's what exploratory means. So here, what it means is you are most likely so clueless about the research problem, right? So here, the main reason that you are doing this marketing research is because you want to have like some sort of a general idea about the research problem. So that's why you are exploring, right? So here, for an example, assume, right? Assume when it comes to the research problem is recently you have introduced a protein smoothie, right? But however, when it comes to the number of people who are actually buying that consume, it is lower than what you have expected. So now that is your research problem. Why your protein smoothie is not selling, right? Then exploratory means maybe this is your very first time like introducing such a smoothie, right? So you want to like get a basic idea why your protein smoothie is not selling among your consumers in general sense. Clear? So when we say exploratory, most of the time we try to solve our question problem by exploring. Exploring means like we ask for opinions or thoughts from other people, right? So if we have the same research problem, what I would do is I would ask 10 of my usual consumers to come to the store, right? Then I will ask them, what type of smoothie do you usually prefer, right? Or when it comes to like the protein smoothie, like, are you completely hating on the concept of protein smoothie? Likewise, you are exploring. You are trying to gather information through other people. Clear? Right. Descriptive means the ones who are joining online, are you all clear about that part? Afika Rifan?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Then
Yes, ma'am.
descriptive, okay. Descriptive mean the complete opposite of it. Now, you don't just want to you don't want to gather like general details on the general sense. You want to know exactly why this is happened, right? So that means now you want very specific details. So for that, we take what? Numerical data. Now that's what we call descriptive data. So here, what you do is, here under descriptive data, what you would do is, you would just gather all of your sales data, or maybe you will again ask like 200 consumers to visit to your shop, right? Out of that, you will gather data on assume if 100 people have visited your shop, then out of that, only 18 people have bought this smoothie shop. So then you will collect those data. Only 18% has bought the smoothie. So likewise, and if the 18% has bought the smoothie, then the other people hasn't bought the smoothie, right? So then likewise, you will keep the data, you will try to solve your research problem through like numbers, percentage, very specific math, clear. So that's what we call descriptive, right? Then, then we have ethnography. Ethnography means you observe, right? So it's like this. You don't try to do this, you don't try to ask people to come to the shop, right? Assume you are the owner. What's your name? Arun, right? You are the owner, right? So one day you decide to go to your shop, and from maybe 9 to 4:30 you just take a look at how people are behaving, like if more people are buying the smoothie shop, you observe that. Or then you observe like what are the flavors that they usually buy. So likewise, ethnographic means you don't try to do this service, but rather you try to collect data by observing your subject. Clear? Now that's what we call ethnography, right? Experimental means what? You experiment. So, right, what it means is again, so here experiment means you try to like change something. So for an example here, assume like obviously in a smoothie shop you must have regular flavors other than the protein smoothie as well, right? So what you would do is in the store, on the very first day, you will make sure that people have two options. First one, the regular smoothie. The second one is what? The protein smoothie, right? Then you try to so here it's actually my bad. So it's like this. When it comes to the experiment, what it means is you try to change one factor, right? So here, what it means is, so assume you have two shops, right? On the first store, you are trying to sell your protein smoothie, right? Then on the next shop, you are trying to sell your usual, like very sugary or the fruitier smooth version, right? Then you realize or you try to identify out of these two which one is the most outselling smoothie version, right? So what happened was initially they were only like selling, or they were only focusing on the protein smoothie, right? Then what they did was in their second shop, now they introduced another flavor, and they realize, or they try to identify what would happen. So here, experiment means you try to change something and then try to see what would happen. So for an example, uh, yeah, it's like this. Assume, so here you are supposed, it's like a test, cause and effect. You did do some change, and then in return, you see what will happen. So for an example, um, and sometimes people do this for products as well. So what it means is sometimes I think they do this when it comes to the pricing, not like so assume in one of their shops they will sell the same product for 20, right? And then the same product will be sold at a different store, maybe with like a difference of 1 or 2 rupees, and they will just check at which price point people will tend to buy more. So likewise, experiment means you try to change one aspect of your product. right? And then check how people will react to that change, right? So here, when it comes to the smoothie shop, the problem they had was what their protein smoothie was not selling, right? As a result, what was the change they did? They introduced another smoothie which was much sweeter and fruitier, right? In a different store, right? And what they realized was people were like they were like more people purchase what the fruitier version. Then you have like some sort of a knowledge, or like you get to realize that people prefer fruitier and sweeter smoothies over what, so like the protein smoothies. Clear? And the ones who are joining online, are you all clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
Afika, Rifan?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So usually we say unexplored. I told you, like you want to get like a general sense of what is happening, right? So it's like if we take the same example as the protein smoothie, we are trying to ask from the consumers what is the general sense, or what do you think of our protein smoothies, right? Then, if we move to the descriptive, we are trying to gather data on how much of people have really bought our smoothie and what is the percentage of people who haven't bought our smoothie. Clear? Then, experiment means like you offer different versions and try to see which one is the best selling version, right? Then ethnography means you observe them and try to gather data. Right. So I told you the second step is what? Develop the research plan. Right. So you know the first one is sorted down. The research design, we have 4 different types. Right. The second one is how. So what it means is based on the research design that you select, the type of data that you have to collect that differs, right? So here we have a explorer, right? I told you explorer means most of the time you have to talk with people, gather their thoughts, opinion, like facts. When it comes to descriptive, the thoughts won't matter. You want numbers. So under that, under the descriptive, you have to start collecting what? Numbers. Then experimental, again, like the same, again, same like here also you are trying to collect opinions and all of that. So remember, when it comes to the type of data that you are supposed to collect, under exploratory, experimental, ethnographic, most of the time it involves people, thoughts, behavior. Then when it comes to descriptive, that's the only research design where your data type would be numbers. Clear? Then time frame and budget. So what it means is, so assume if you want to gather, like if you want to get a solution in a short time period, I believe the best option would be the descriptive. Because if you have your sales data, what you are supposed to do is you can analyze it and get the solution, right? And don't worry, we won't be learning how to analyze it. Like it's very high tech and high skilled. Even I don't have that much experience in that aspect. But if you do not have that much time with you, I believe the best option would be descriptive, right? But if you have so much of time with you, then you have time to work, to talk with people, to observe. Just assume You have to spend one day observing all of your customers. That takes time, right? So likewise, the research, like that also impact the type of research design that you can select, right? Another thing is budget. Because it's not that you can share using what? Google Form, right? But when you have to talk with people or when you want to invite 100 consumers to your store, sometimes you have to give them a small snack or maybe print out those questionnaires. For that, it takes like you have to spend some money, right? So these things also matter. So now I have included an activity. Hold on. I didn't discuss the data type. Right. So here, types of data means this. It can be divided into primary and secondary. Primary means the data that you will be collecting for your research, like it did not exist before. For an example, when you collect the data by observing your consumer, was it there? No. You had to spend a day observing consumers, right? You had to talk with people to collect the data. You had to give them a questionnaire to collect the data. So if this data did not exist or if it's only relevant to your research, we call them what? Primary data, right? Secondary data means these data already exist. Maybe you have to, you have sales data. They are pre-recorded. Then maybe if you want to gather data on interest rate, they are also available in the central bank website. There are several journal articles, right? If whatever the data you want to conduct your research, if they already exist somewhere, then we call that what? What? Secondary data. Primary data means these data completely relevant and unique to your research. These data, they did not exist before, right? So what you are supposed to do under this activity is read this scenario, right? And then write the research problem, objective, then target audience, research design. So you can write any one of these four designs, then the data type. You can write whether you are planning to use primary or secondary, and time frame and budget testing. Like you, of course, you can, for that you can use fake data. Just read the scenario and try to answer those. I will give you 30 minutes. Yeah, try to do the activity. Next time, like when you leave the class, please mention it to me, right? Because I think last week you left the class even without leaving on this phone. Because you are anyway, it's okay to leave early, but just make sure to inform me beforehand. Okay. You can take like it's very hypothetical example, like a case study. So if you take the target audience, you are trying to gather information from 100 students. Is it? What was you saying? You were saying you were trying to a target audience means like, so like what is the age range or like the type of consumers whom you whom you can include for this research. It can be the age or the type of customers, anyone. It depends on your what research problem. shall we start discussing the answers from 10:50? Or do you need some more time? Sorry. I only have one more extra mark. Yeah. The ones who are joining online, Afika, Rifan, Rukaya, Sadushan is working, right? Afika, Rifan, Rukaya, are you all done with the activity?
Almost done.
Sorry, I could not hear you. Yes. Okay, Rukaya almost done. What about other two? Done. Afika done. Rifan also done. Okay, then till Rukaya is completing the activity, Afika, tell what is the answer? What are the answers you have written?
Research problem, decline number of returning customers, competition from nearby cafe. Research objectives, understanding customer preference, introducing new food items or other liquor items to attract the customer and university students. Target audience, students nearby the university and current customers of cafe. Data type, collect data through interviews, preference of customer. Time frame, 2 weeks to analyze result to collect data to identify customer retention like quality of product, pricing, and ambience. Budget estimate, printing cost, online survey tools, and miscellaneous expense. And research design, I didn't write.
Could you please repeat what was the research design and the data type that you mentioned?
Data type, collect data through interviews and preference of customers.
So most likely primary, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then for the research design, out of the 4, what did you select?
I didn't wrote, ma'am.
Sorry?
I didn't write the answers for that research design.
Okay. So for the data type, you are planning to collect data through interviews and all of that. For the research design, I think in that case, you better go with the exploratory because descriptive means, yeah, descriptive means you have to collect the data. Then under experiment, you like, since you did not mention anything, like you're not planning to change any factor, right? Then observation also was not included. For the research design, you can go with the exploratory. Okay. And another thing is here for the time frame, I think you mentioned, what was the time frame that you mentioned?
2 weeks.
2 weeks won't be enough, Afika. So here, so yeah, you even the thing is this: when it comes to like our population or like the number of people that we need to include in our marketing research, we need at least around like 100 or 80 people, right? So with that in mind, you will be needing more than 2 weeks just to gather, like just to conduct interviews and gather insights from those people, right? So I think a time frame of at least 1 month would be the correct answer due to the practicality. Clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
Afika, are you all clear about those adjustments I'm saying?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Then Rifan, yeah, everything you have mentioned there is correct, but I think you have not, it's okay, like time frame and budget, you haven't answered those 2 points. Then Rukaya, what is your answer?
Let me know if I'm audible enough, all right?
Yeah, but could you please speak a little bit louder?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Research problem, Cafe Bloom is experiencing a decline in returning customer despite maintaining high online ratings, potentially
Yes.
due to changing student preferences or increased competition. Research objectives to identify the key factors that influence customer loyalty at Cafe Bloom, to understand the reasons why former have stopped returning, to assess customers' perceptions of the cafe's product, prices, ambience, and service compared to competitors, to gather ideas for new service, product, or promotion that could improve customer retention. Target audience, primary current customer at Cafe Bloom. Secondary, students from the nearby universities, both customers and those who have never tried, never visited. Tertiary, former customer if they can be identified and reached. Research design, a mixed method approach is recommended. Quantitative, short surveys to measure frequency of visits, ratings of different attributes, coffee quality, price, ambience, and demographic info. This describe what is happening. Qualitative, a few short interviews to focus group to explore the reasons behind the rating and understand the customer experience in their own words. Data type, primary data will be collected directly from the target audience via surveys and interviews. Secondary data can be reviewed, such as Cafe Bloom's own sales data over the past year and online reviews for competitors. Time frame, week 1, finalize research instruments, survey questions, interview guide. Week 2 and 3, data collection, conduct surveys and interviews. Week 4, data analysis and preparation at final report. A total of 4 weeks. Budget estimate, incentives for participants, $100, example, $5 coffee vouchers for 20 survey participants. Printing cost, $20 for flyers and surveys if done on paper. Refreshment for focus groups, $30. Miscellaneous, $50. Total estimated budget, $200. That's it on my side.
Yeah, that's correct. And here, I think, I have to explain this point. So here, when you say quantitative and qualitative, like if you are planning to do your research without focusing on numbers, right? That means your research will be mainly based on others' opinion and thoughts, right? We call it qualitative research, right? If you are planning to involve numbers are there, right? So we call it quantitative. So it's based on quantity versus quality, right? So if you are planning to include numbers, we call quantitative by focusing on the word quantity. If you are planning to involve other people's opinion, thought, we call it a qualitative research. Clear? Okay. Then Aram, what is the answer? Yeah. Here, when you say customer preference, like you should write a whole sentence, like understanding, understanding like the flavors or the preference of the consumers who are visiting the name of the shop, right? Then you also under research objective, we believe that you should at least write 3 objectives, right? So you can even write maybe like what are the things, or like what are the things, yeah, you should can include another, what are the things that they uh, look for in that cafe, in in that cafe, or like what are the things that helps them to improve their loyalty in that cafe, right? Then how they compare that cafe, what was the name of it, how they compare this cafe versus another competitor's cafe. Likewise, you have to write at least 3 objects. Then what is the target audience? Huh? Target audience means what sort of consumers you are planning to include in your marketing research. So here our main focus is on what? The consumer loyalty, right? Loyalty means like they should be willing to return to your shop number of times. So as per the target audience, maybe you can include your previous customer or your existing customers, or maybe even like, if you are planning to get a general idea on like how you can build the loyalty. See here, I have even included the answers here. You can even include students who are like just living near to that cafe. You can include those as well. For the research design, what is the research design you have chosen? Descriptive. Okay, that means you are planning to use numbers. Okay, the data type. How can you conduct a primary data if you have descriptive like? So here, primary data means like this data, it did not exist before, right? So most of the time, you're planning to go with numbers, right? That means sales data and all of that, right? So these data, like it doesn't like, I mean, these data was not generated with your thought of like, so I mean, like, what it means is primary data means you decided to conduct this marketing research, right? As a result, these data was generated. That's what we call primary data. Secondary data means it does not matter whether you think of, it does not matter like whether you decided to conduct a marketing research or not, these data still exist. So in most likely in your case, it goes with what? Primary or secondary? Secondary data. Time frame and budget estimate, you can, what was the answer? Okay. You have to be specific, like 3 months or 4 months. Likewise, you have to give a number. Then budget estimate. Again, you have to put a value for that. That's what I meant by budget estimate. Okay. So, yeah, it's 10:30. Shall we take a 15-minute break, or do you need like a break to refresh? Or okay, then let's take a 15-minute break, and I will explain the next steps afterwards. So 10:30, right? Let's take a break till 10:45. Then I will explain the other steps. You won't go down. Okay, everyone, I will start the class. So now, when in the process of conducting the research, you are clear with two steps. First two steps, right? So in the marketing research process, you are aware about the first two steps, right? The first one is what? What is the first step of the marketing research process? Sorry? Huh? No, the first step? No, the research problem. The first step is the research problem. Second one, developing the research plan. Right. The third one is select. Third one is select the data collection method. Remember, we still haven't started to collect the data, right? We are still trying to build a plan on how are we planning to collect the data. Okay. So third step is select the data collection method. Right. So if you take a look at the table I have included in the slide, you can see based on the different research design that you will end up choosing, you have different methods. For an example, if you decided to go with exploratory, right? Then your methods will be interviews and focus group. Don't worry, I will explain. If you decided to go with descriptive, your best method will be surveys. Your experimental, then you have to do what? Control experiment. Then observation means the best method would be, of course, like you can observe. Video tracking means rather than being at the coffee shop, you would just take like the recording from your CCTV camera and will observe how those people will behave, right? So here, yeah. Right. So here, when we say interviews, what do you think? Like, how do you think interviews would look like? No idea. So here, most of the time, interviews means like you interview one person at a time, right? So as a result, the time that it takes to collect data through interviews, it takes so much of time because at one time you are only interviewing how much? How many people? One person at a time, right? So as a result, it will be time consuming. So for an extra time consuming, and as a result, sometimes, like the number of people you can interview, it will be less, right? So, I mean, for an example, the number of people you can interview within a day, it can be less, right? Like majority, you can interview like 4 or 5 people max, right? As a result, then you will have to drag so much time to collect the data, right? So here, as an example, if we again take the example of Cafe Bloom, the previous activity, you can separately interview 10 students and ask like, why are you not returning to this cafe? Or why are you prefer one of our competitors cafe over our cafe? So likewise, now that's what we call interview, right? The main reason that people go for this interviews is like you get to have close contact with the person you are interviewing, plus you get to have detailed answers. When your focus is on one person, like you have close contact and that person can give what? Very detailed answers. So that's the main reason we go for this interview. Okay. Then focus group means like it's like an interview, but it's like this. Here, focus group means at once we will try to collect, assume like 10 or 20 people. So more than one people, we will ask them to gather to a certain place, right? Then we will give them a topic, right? Then these people will express their opinion or what they have to say about that topic for the time they can stay. So it's like, so what happens in such situation is sometimes your opinions can be shaped by other persons as well. So what it means is when you do like a very when you do interviews, most of the time, what you are saying, it's unique to you, right? But when you are in a room with other people, sometimes your opinions can be influenced by what other people can as well. And another thing is assume that you are supposed to gather at a room with 11 more people, right? When it comes to such people, some can be very dominant, right? Are you a dominating person or not? No, right? You like to sit back and listen to what other people has to say, right? So as a result, only the dominating person's ideas will get expressed. Others will stay behind. Now that can happen as well, okay? So here I think so here this is sort of like a focus group. Here they are discussing what they feel about the Snapchat. Yeah. Is any of you using Snapchat? You use it. So here, this is like a focus group, and the topic that has been given to them is Snapchat. And as a result, all of these people will express what they feel about the Snapchat.
Why don't I using Facebook because my family are on it, whereas obviously Snapchat and Instagram they're not. So yeah, I don't really use Facebook. Just wait. Yeah, yeah.
Text people, I just use Snapchat to speak for it. Okay, I Snapchat. I mean, there's loads of trade and stuff. Yeah,
I like having celebrities on Snapchat. Actually, for like behind the scenes in their life. I think whereas Instagram is like more official, like celebrities like the page, post pictures and stuff. Whereas Snapchat is actually like them controlling it. Whereas Instagram can be like someone else controlling all of Snapchat's just them. It'll be like Instagram that goes like one or two pictures, but then Snapchat will like videos of them like that at an event. But you can literally anything like they'll post pictures of like cooking their dinner. I don't know why I find it interesting.
Snapchat, what if everything else just your friends? There's like sort of you go to sort of just sort of like that's as a friend. Loads of people already they do it, so they show everyone else what they're doing with their stories and stuff. So
Yeah, we're saying we can do everything, like put up pictures on the story and videos, and then we can send this to that, and you can like message people as well. So yeah, I think the process is highlight everything version for
Snapchat, you know, you have no Snapchat, whereas they don't care about.
See, now that's what focus group means. You give them a topic, and each of them will express what their opinions on the given topic. And even this what you call contest, or even in this video, only few people were voicing their opinions, right? One or two people were silent. Now that can happen. Right. Then interview focus group down. Descriptive means survey. So here, when I have mentioned surveys, then maybe you will think like how numbers come into place. It's like this. So based on the answer, so here, are you all familiar with surveys? Have you seen a survey before? A survey, sorry? Survey means see, survey is similar to a questionnaire. We try to so here, have you ever involved in a survey? Like it's something like this. They will ask you yes and no questions, like online survey groups here. You have never, you were never involved in online survey. Okay. What about others? Is any of you familiar with the term survey? Afika, Rukaya, Sadurshan, have any of you like faced a survey or like familiar with the term survey? No. So it's like this. When you say survey, see these things. So these are what we call survey. In most of the cases, it will be, so you have fill out Google Forms, right? Now that also fall under survey. Sometimes in the keys, they ask us to, like give them a rate based on the service they have given to us. Now that's also a survey. Assume you get the service from a customer service agent, and at the end you can rate them based on their quality of service. Now that is also a survey, right? So what happens after people conduct surveys? You actually assume something like this. Assume if they ask a question like, if there was an environmentally friendly, or like if there was a healthy burger, will you purchase it or not? Assume that was the question, right? Then there can be two possible answers, yes or no, right? How it can fall under descriptive is, assume 100 people, like we are trying to include 100 people for the survey, right? Out of that, 70 people say yes, right? Then under descriptive, we will say consumer healthy world. So likewise, any answer that we get to our questions that we have included in our survey, we try to analyze it using percentage and numbers. So we say this much of percentage gave a positive response. Then 30% gave a negative response. So that's how survey fall under the descriptive design. Clear? Then experiment means, I think I told you, like you are trying to change something. For an example, assume like again, if we take the example of that Cafe Blue, the loyalty one, you decided to change the price of few coffee and the snacks by assume 10 rupees. And you wanted to know, by making this change, will your consumers will start to be more loyal to you. See, now you did an experiment. Okay. Then observation means you observe. You can observe it by visiting that physical store or using the CCTV camera. Afika, I hope we are also clear about what I said so far. Afika, Rukaya, you two are clear, right? Yes. Rukaya, I hope you're also clear. Rukaya, I hope you are clear. Can you please respond? Right. So first three. Yeah, okay. So first three steps are done. So we identified our research problem, then we developed the research plan, then we decided to select the data collection method. Fourth one, designing the sample. Here, remember the fourth step, it's called designing the sample. This entire step is revolved around what? Our target population, right? So here, fourth step is design the sample. Right. So here, the first one is population. So if we again take the example of previous cafe example, so in that case or in that activity, we had a problem with what? The consumer loyalty, right? So if we have any problem with consumer loyalty, then the most obvious choice to collect data on that matter will be from who? The consumers, right? Then what sort of consumers will come to the cafe, right? So when we say population, what we are saying is all the type of consumers who will be visiting to that cafe. So our problem was what? Customer loyalty. So in order to question or like get answers on consumer loyalty, we have to gather data from consumer. So any consumer who will be willing or who will come or who will visit to our cafe, that fall under what? Population. So likewise, any person with whom we can collect data for our research, we call that population. So I have to explain this one. So when we say population, remember, we are not just referring to anyone. When we say population, what it means is anyone who can answer our research problem. That fall under population. So again, if we take the previous example of those building blocks, then in that case, the population would be any children who will be who are in the age from 9 to 40. All of those children fall under what? Population. Okay. Then sample frame. When you say sample frame, what it means is like when it comes to the population, it is like very large, right? So if we take that cafe example, it consists of all the consumers who are coming to the cafe, right? Here, when we say sample frame, we actually try to see the main consumers. What it means is, so what it means is, so here, if we take that previous example as the consumers, we would have previous consumers. Then the ones who are staying at the cafe. Then the people who are living near to that cafe, right? Sample frame means out of that target population, what is the population we are trying to include our research? So here in the previous example, we try to exclude all the students who are living near that university. Instead, we decided to select the consumers who had previously visited our cafe or who are currently staying at the campus. Likewise, out of the target population, what is the basis that you are trying to use to select the number of population for your market research? Are you clear or not clear? So it's like this. If the population is 100, right? Out of the 100 people, what is the basis? You are trying to select people to conduct the research. Clear? So in the cafe example, we had so much of consumers. The basis we took was the number of consumers who have at least visited our cafe once. And that includes previous consumers plus the consumers who are at the cafe. Clear? Afika or Rukaya, are you two clear?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. So here, the sample frame, remember, it can differ based on your basis. Okay. Then sample unit means each individual that you have selected. For an example, if your population was 1,000 and you decided to select the number of consumers who have at least visited your cafe once, right? And that was equivalent to 100. Then one consumer out of that 100, they fall under sample unit. Clear? The sample size would be the 100 people. Population means everyone who you can include to find answers for your research problem. Right? The sum, sorry, all together. No basis, right? Then, so here our problem was consumer loyalty. So any consumer, So any type of consumer will fall under that population, right? Out of that, we decided to select the consumers who have visited our cafe at least once. Then sample unit means like the one out of that 100. If we decided to conclude our research within 100 people, one out of that 100 student will fall under sample unit. Sample size would be the 100 people. Clear? Afika and Rukaya, are you two clear or not?
Yeah, ma'am, clear.
Clear, right? Also remember, when it comes to, like selecting people to be our population, it actually can be divided into two. What it means is, so here, what it means is the chances they have to be included in our population, it can be divided into two: probability and non-probability, right? So are you familiar with the word probability? What does probability mean? There is a probability for this to happen, like a possibility, right? So here, when we say when we say probability, most of the time what it means is it's like this. So here we are dividing based on probability and non-probability. Probability means everyone has a fair chance. What it means is the way we select people to be in our population, it is random. As a result, everyone has a chance. What it means is we decided to select the first 100 consumers who visit our store to conduct our research. Like, there is no like preference given, no anything. It's completely random. As a result, if we take the first 100 consumers, all of them have a fair probability of 1 out of 100. See, like everyone has the same probability, like the same chance, right? But if we decide, but when conducting our marketing research, we decided to give more preference to the consumers we are close to. Now what happens to the probability? Then the chances of the people who are close with, they have more probability to be included in our population. Clear? Because like when we are close with our consumers, it's easier to interview them. We have their contact details and all of that, right? As a result, we decided to include the people only only with whom we have close contact with. As a result, what happens to the probability? Now, there is a high probability for the consumers we have contact with to be included in our population. So if you are not close with me, then your chances of being included in our population is high or low. Low. If you are not in close contact with me, then your chances are low. That's what non-probability means. Probability means everyone has an equal chance. Here, not everyone has a similar chance. Some people have a higher probability or higher chance based on several things, right? Here, simple random. Simple random means like the previous example I gave. So here we said the first 100 people who bought our drink will be included in our market research. It's very simple, random, like it's very random, right? We don't know who will be included in this 100 sample. Now that's what you call simple random. You randomly pick people for your population, right? Stratified random sampling means something like this. So again, if we here, what it means is something like this. Let's take the example of that Lego example. So I told you, usually the children from 9 to 14 are eligible, like they are the ones who are supposed to play with these toys or building blocks, right? Then I will randomly pick 10 children who fall under, who are in the age 9. Then from the age 10, I will again pick 10 more random people. So stratified random sample means you will select random people, but from different categories. Or maybe it's from the different income, or maybe it's from the different age categories. Likewise, you will randomly select people from different categories. Clear? African Rukaya, then Rifan is there. Afika, Rifan, Rukaya, Sadushan, are you clear about random sampling? Okay. Then we will move on to non-probability sampling. Non-probability sampling means here, not everyone has the fair chance, right? Some people have a higher chance due to something. Here, first one is convenience sampling. Convenience means we try to pick consumers whom we have close contact with, or like if we have their contact details already, it's convenient for us to contact them, right? So we decide people based on our convenience. Maybe we already know someone who knows those consumers. Maybe we have their details, because we pick those people because it is convenient to gather information from them. Clear? Then judgment sample means here we pick people based on what we see. So for an example, so for an example, you want to conduct a research on coffee drinkers, right? For your target sample, you decided to pick anyone who would be taking a coffee cup with them. Judgment. So you see them with the coffee cup, so you judge they are a heavy coffee drink. So likewise, judgment sample means you judge people, maybe based on their appearance. As a result, then you include them in your sample. Clear? Now this is the part where you start to what? Collect the data. Right? Until now, on up to this point, what you were doing was you were trying to have sort of a plan on what will be your research problem, how you are planning to collect data. Likewise, from the fifth step onwards, only you start to collect the data, right? So here, if you are planning, if your method is survey, nowadays what they usually do is they give electronic survey. So have you seen or have you received WhatsApp messages where they share in the group, they will be sending a link and ask you to fill those data because they need to conduct a research for their degree. You have received, now that's a survey. Okay. So here, so nowadays when people want to gather data from a survey, they share those, maybe sometimes they share the link using an email, QR codes, likewise they share. Then personal interview, of course, you have to go in front of that person and conduct the interview. Then focus group means I told you like several number of people will be asked to gather at a place, and then they will be given a topic to discuss. Right. Observation means, of course, you observe. Experiment, I told you, you have to change one variable. Right. Now we will move on to the sixth step. Analyze and interpret the data. So here, remember, so it's like this. So when it comes to the data, I told you, you can conduct your data using what? Opinion and thought, right? Then on the other hand, you have what? Figures and numbers. So if you have figures and numbers, I told you that fall under, like we call that a name. If you are dealing with figures and numbers, out of these two, what does it fall under? Quantitative or qualitative? Quantitative. Good. If you have like opinions and thoughts, that fall under qualitative. So the ways that we can analyze data, it's actually different, because with quantitative you have numbers, right? So the way you analyze numbers versus the way that you analyze opinion and thought, they are completely different. So here I have given the ways that you can analyze quantitative data. But remember, these are very basic things, right? In reality, what happens is, in a data set, you have like hundreds or like thousands of numbers, right? A column, like rows of data. Then you enter those data into software, right? Then you like there is like you have to do coding, or like you have to include formulas to analyze data. Here I have only included very like primary things to get you an understand on how we can analyze the quantitative data. Okay. Here, mean means, you should know like what means is, right? What is the meaning of mean? No idea. Mean means average. Okay. So of course you should know how to measure the average. So you take the total of it and divide it by the number of the factors, like the so if you have 100 students, the total will be divided by 100, right? Then median means the number in the middle, like the very middle. So what happens is, so sometimes, so when we have numbers, we try to arrange it from the lowest number to the largest number, right? Sometimes the gap between the lowest number and the largest number can be high, right? As a result, the average can be, like little bit what do you call it? This can be misleading. As a result, what we do is we arrange those numbers from lowest to the largest, and then try to take the number in the middle as the accurate average. Then mod means what? Hmm? No, if that's mean. Mode means the largest frequency. So for an example, if they have a cappuccino, Americano and latte, and if more people ordered Americano, then what? That means more number of people have ordered Americano. Then Americano will be the more clear. Then frequency distribution means you write the frequency. So Americano, 3 people have ordered. Then mocha, 5 people have ordered. So that's what frequency distribution means, right? Cross tabulation means you have different type of data. So here, uh, yeah. So here, cross tabulation means we try to we try to identify or understand the relationship between two variables. So for an example, when it comes to this table, you can see we have different type of drinks, right? And it says how many female people have ordered this drink and how much of male students have ordered this drink, right? So then what we can do is we can take the favorite drink and see from that drink how much of female students have ordered, how much of male students have ordered, right? So now that's what we call under what? Cross tabulation. So here we have a drink, then the gender. We have 2 columns. Clear? So here this is an activity. What you are supposed to do is collect the mean, right? Then median, mode, frequency distribution is given. Yeah, try to do this activity. I think first of all, you have to it's like this. Before conducting this activity, so here, but the way that I have given this activity is like that, like this way. So here you have student, weekly visit, favorite drink and gender, right? What it means is the first students have visited the cafe 3 times and they have ordered latte, right? And the gender is female, right? So what you can do is you can reorganize it as drink, male, female. What it means is you have to take everything in total. So how can I explain it? No, it's okay. First, try to find the mean. Mean means here in this case, the average number of, on average, how many times they have visited the cafe, right? So what you can do is take the total of this weekly visit and divide it by number of people who have come. So first try to find the mean, then I will explain each of other things. What was the total you got? All you have to do is just take the total of weekly visits and divide it by 10. The ones who are joining online, it's very easy, right? Afika, what was the answer you got as the mean? 3.2. 3.1? I got 3.2. Afika, Kamila, Rifan, Rukaya, what was the total that you guys got?
Mean 32. Weekly visit.
32, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this total is 32. 32 divided by 10, the answer would be 3.2. That means on average, these students, right? These students visit the cafe on average 3.2 times, right? And when we round it up, that means on roughly, they come to the cafe on 3 times per week, right? Clear? There must be a mistake when it comes to. Then median means, I told you, like sometimes, but the lowest number and the highest number, there can be a bit of gap between these two. As a result, we want to make sure that we have the accurate average. So what you can do is you can arrange. So here you can see weekly visits 3, 5, 2, 4, 3. You can see the board here on the second column under the weekly visits. You can see 3, 5, 2, 4, 3, 2, 5, 1, 3, 4. Right? What you are supposed to do is arrange them from the lowest number to the largest number. So what would be the lowest? Obviously 1, right? You can see 1. 1 means like 1 from 1 weekly visit, right? Then what would be the lowest? That would be 2, right? And you can see 1, 2, 2 from 2s, right? Then 3, 3 from 3. Then from 4, there are 2. Then from 5, there are 2. So write that in order. I think you should be, you are the ones who should be teaching how to calculate median for me. Right. So here, how much of, so we have 10 students, right? 10 students means when it comes to weekly visits, we have 10, right? Like we have 10 numbers here, right? So the medium would be, so it's like this. So I will write it in the book. When you arrange it, it should look something like this is something, right? So when we say the middle number, so usually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In when the number of like the variables are even, we have a harder time finding the number in the middle, right? But when we have like odd numbers, which is 1, 2, 3, right? So here we have 3 numbers. If I ask you what is the number in the middle, the answer is obvious. What would be the middle number? 2, right? Would be 2, right? That what it means is even when I count it from here, 1, 2, 3, this is 2, right? And even when I count it from the back, this still remains as 2, right? But when you have even numbers, that won't be the case. So here 1, 2, 3, 4, here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the problem will be with what? Will be between these two. Right? So what in that case, what you do is you take these two numbers and divide it by 2. So 3 plus 3 is 6. Divide by 2, 6. See, you got the same number. The ones who are joining online, are you clear about what I'm trying to say, or does it feel like gibberish? Are you clear? Is it like the ones who are joining online? Are you clear about how I calculate the median? Yes, right. Then, so we are done with the mean. Then we are done with the median. Then mode. The mode would be the most number of visits. What would be the mode? Here, actually, when it comes to this table, we can have two type of mode, right? First one, the most number of weekly visits. The highest number is 5. That's the highest number of time someone has visited the cafe, right? Then, when it comes to favorite drink also, we can have a mode. So, how can I arrange it? So here we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it would be the latte. The latte would be the most favorite drink. I'm just doing like a very small activity with you all. Then frequency distribution means if you here, so if you arrange it based on, if you rearrange it based on the gender, or maybe based on the number of time they visited, then that will fall under the frequency distribution. So for an example, here we have so here we have latte, cappuccino, mocha, only these three, right? Then we have latte 1, then cappuccino 1, latte, mocha, latte, cappuccino, latte, mocha. See, now this is what we call frequency distribution. So we say like latte has been ordered in 6 frequencies, so 6 times. Then cappuccino has been ordered only 2 times. That means this action, how many times this action has been repeated. So if you want it further, maybe you can even create such a table for the number of based on the weekly visits. So for an example, people can visit your store based on 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? The first student has visited 3 times. Second one, 5 times. Third one, 2 times. Fourth one, 4 times. 5, 3, 6, 2, 7, 5, 8, 1, 9, 3, 10, 4. See, now that's also fall under frequency distribution. So here we are doing. Sadurshan, could you tell what is the part that you are not understanding? Sadurshan, if you can tell the part that you are not clear, then I can understand. What about others? I hope you all clear. Afika, Izan, Kamila, Rukaya. What about others? Are you also not clear, or do you want me to explain it again? Can anyone answer? Afika, Izan, Kamila, Rukaya, Sadurshan said he was not clear. What about others? Afika, Isan, Kamila, Rukaya, are you all clear about the frequency distribution? Or do you want me to explain it again? Clear. So that's about frequency distribution. Then cross tabulation means like I told you what it means is you try to create a relationship between two people. So, sorry, two variables. So what it means is, so here we have our as favorite drinks, we have 3 flavors, right? Latte, cappuccino, and mocha, right? So what you can do is you can create one column for the favorite drink. Think latte, right? Then on the other hand, we can include female. How many or how much of female? How many of female students have ordered latte as their favorite drink? Clear. Then on the third column, you can include male students who have ordered the latte. So the columns would look like, here you have your drink, then you have a male, female. Clear. Now this is what we call cross-tabulation. Here we have the drink, that's one variable. Then on the other hand, you have gender. Now that's another variable. Clear? Remember, like when you are conducting a market research in reality, you won't have to make this do those calculation manually. Most of the time, you can use Excel, the formulas. If not, there are separate softwares as well. Okay. So I just wanted to give you an idea on what sort of things we analyze under quantitative data. Clear? So for an example, when we assume, so if we take this table, the favorite drink would be latte, right? Then that would be the preferred flavor among students when it comes to coffee. So likewise, based on those calculation you do, you can come up with decisions or insights. Okay. Then, yeah, sixth step is analyze and interpret. Yeah. So previously, we only learned how to analyze the quantitative data, right? That means the numerical data. Now, you may have this doubt, how can we do the same thing when we have opinion and thought, right? So, there are two ways we can analyze qualitative or what? Opinion or thoughts data, right? First one is verbatim quotes. What it means is we are saying the student once said this in inverted comma. What it means is like we are including the exact quote they mentioned during our interviews. Clear? So when conducting our survey, interview or focus group discussions, we are including the exact same thing they said from their very own words. That's what we call verbatim quotes, right? Then thematic analysis means we analyze data based on the themes. For an example, when it comes to that Cafe Bloom example, we had a doubt on what customer loyalty, right? So after conducting your interview, you can say 5 people had issues in relevance to our cafe's background. Then 3 people have issues in relevant to our prices. Likewise, we categorize the responses we get. Now that's what we call thematic analysis. Other than that, there is not that much analysis you can do under qualitative. Clear? Yeah, after doing all of that, you have to prepare your research report. The ones who are joining online, are you all clear up to this point? You are clear, right, Tara? What about Afika, Isan, Kamila, Rukaya, Sadurshan? Can anyone answer? No, you don't have to make a research report. There is no activity. I have not given you an activity to make a research report, right? You don't have to make a research report. Like I included that as the final step. Then as for the Sadurshan, could you please put me a message on the part that you're not clear? Then I will explain it later. Yeah. So since I have completed this part, now I will discuss with you how you are supposed to do your assignment. Okay. So here I think it's better if you write it down because yesterday, right? Yesterday I have shared the assignment for this module with you in that WhatsApp group. If anyone can open it, that would be better. Anyway, I will be sharing it my screen as well. The ones who are joining online, can you see the document that I have shared? Afika, Isan, Kamila, Rukaya, Sadurshan, can you all see the document that I have shared in the screen? Yes, okay. So I will, yeah. So what you are supposed to do under assignment is first one. Arham, just make sure to write down the points as well. First one, no need to do this. First of all, I'm just reading what the assignment is, okay? First one, develop an in-depth marketing strategy for launching a new product in a competitive market. Your plan should include thorough market research. So that's the part we covered on today. Target market identification, product positioning, and detailed application of the marketing mix. Additionally, propose comprehensive CRM strategies to build lasting customer loyalty, highlight digital marketing tools and channels for maximizing customer engagement and brand awareness, right? So when you read the report, it can sound too complicated, right? Don't worry. So today I have completed the research part. Then on by tomorrow and next week, I will be completing the strategy part as well, right? So what you can do is start like completing the assignment based on what you already know, right? So when I teach a new lesson in the coming weeks, try to answer the parts that you can answer based on the new knowledge that you will be getting. And remember, you are supposed to submit the assignment by 17th of December, right? And when submitting the assignment, just make sure to use this as your subject and send it to study@etoncampus.lk, right? So for the steps, so mainly what you are supposed to do is you are supposed to come up with a new idea for a new product. So anyway, you are supposed to come up with a new product, right? Then you have to, in order for you to do that, first of all, you have to conduct what? A marketing research. You have to conduct a marketing research. Then you have to tell how you identify your target market, how you are planning to position your product, likewise, right? So this is how you are supposed to answer, right? You are ready, right? You have a pen. Okay. The ones who are joining online, are you all ready? Shall I tell you the steps that I want or that I'm looking for in the assignment? Then you can write it down. Right. The first one is, first, you have to tell. So here, you are supposed to come up with what? a new product. Like you don't suddenly come up with a new product, right? So you have to tell like why you decided to as the new product, why you decided to come up with a new product. Maybe it's because of something happening in the market, or maybe because of the trend, or maybe based on what's happening in the market, you see this as the opportunity. So first of all, you have to tell how did you decided to come up with this product, and also tell like what is the main purpose or like the need that you are trying to solve with your product. Write it down. How did you come up with the product? What is the basis? Is it because of something happened in the environment, or do you see this as an opportunity, or like what is the main need that you are trying to fulfill? Okay. Right. Then the second step would be the market research. So here you are supposed to do a fake research, right? So I mean like, so here what you can do is, for like when it comes to the data you are supposed to collect, the findings, all of that, you can come up with the fake data, right? Then based on that, assume yeah. So assume you decided to, so here remember you are supposed to come up with a new product name. So if we take the example of a cafe, they are planning to come up with a new flavor, right? Then the research problem would be that. What would be the flavor that can be, that will be preferred by most of their consumers? Then write down the research objective, right? Like all the steps we did, you have to do it for your new product as well. Clear? Then, for as for the data, use fake data, because otherwise you can't spend time interviewing people and all of that. So you, for that, use the fake data. Third one, so today we will start to learn marketing strategy. Okay, so under that we are going to learn about target and how you can give them value, right? Or then we will study when picking the target market. Like there is like a not like module, like a, there is like a theory that you are supposed to follow, right? For the third step would be how you have selected the target market based on the theory. You will be learning it within today. Done? Then Then, fourth step, you should include how are you planning to give value using your product. Again, for that, you have to use the theory. We will study that. Fourth one is how are you planning to give value using your product? We have a theory for that. So you are using that theory. You have to explain how are you planning to give value using your new product. Done, right? Done, right? Okay. Fifth step, right tactics. You will learn what those are as well. Right? Sixth step, it's the CRM part. Which one? Sorry, the fifth one would be tactics. Right? Sixth one, CRM. Did you write it down? Yeah, CRM. What it means is like, how are you planning to make sure that your consumers stay loyal with you? Now, then seven, digital marketing tools. Like, so when we say like, how are you, like, what is the idea? You, or like, what are the online tools you are planning to use to reach your customers? Seventh one, digital marketing tools. Right, so that's the order. So that's the order you are supposed to follow when creating, or like when doing your assignment. First, just tell why did you select this product, or like how did you decided to come up with this product? Because not everyone just out of the blue come up with these ideas, right? Second one, market research. Third one, how did you select your target market? The fourth one, how are you planning to give them value? Fifth, tactics. Sixth, CRM. Seventh, digital marketing tools. Okay. So, and remember the assignment should, like, the maximum number of words you are supposed to use is 2000, right? And under the marketing research, like when analyzing your fake data, you can even include bars and charts. For an example, if you are planning to use descriptive data, then most of the time you have percentage, right? So in order to represent that, you can use bars or charts as well. on the first page, include the name as well. Like the cover page, like you can create it for yourself. And yeah, and at the end, make sure to include the reference. Because you can collect primary data as well as secondary data. So when you are using secondary data, you must be definitely referring to some other source. So for that, you have to include those references as well. Right. So the time is, yeah, the time is 12:10. So how about let's take our lunch break now, and then we have a new lesson. Then I will be conducting it for 2 hours straight. So the time is 12:10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's take our lunch break now and come back here by 12:40, right? And then I will teach our new lesson for 2 hours straight. Okay. The ones who are joining online, I hope you all like wrote everything down on the order for order on how you have to write your assignment. Yes. Sure. Let's start in a minute, okay? Let's start the class in a minute. Where do you work, Arha? Yeah, what is the name of the company? FR Marketing. Is it like located in near to Paladur? Near to your home? Then usually like how much time does it take for you to come from your home to here? 1. Yeah. Yeah, I will be starting the class. Right. So today we will be, I'm starting the class. Yeah. So today we will be starting another lesson, right? The name of the lesson is Marketing Strategy Development and Marketing Plan Implementation. Okay. So here, today we are on today our first point should be, or like the first thing that we have to study is marketing strategy versus marketing tactics. So are you familiar with the word strategy? Is it true? Now? Still no. So here, these two words, or like these two concepts are the concept that we have to study, or like learn. So are you familiar with the term, forget the marketing part, are you familiar with the concept called strategy? So at least have you like, so you're working, right? So haven't you at least like once in your lifetime heard the word called strategy? Yeah. Then what does it mean in your own words? Business? Partially correct. So here, since these two words are complicated, what about value? I think from the day I started teaching you marketing, I have explained what value means, right? So what does value mean? You should know by now. Sorry? Amount of what? No. So value, I will make your job easier by saying when it comes to consumers or any one of us, we will only buy a product or service if we feel like we get a value out of it. Then what does value mean? Sorry? It's okay if you want, you can say it in single as well. What does it mean? Like value means, so when we say value, we are not referring to the numerical. So yeah, I have been explaining this. I think I think like several times. So when we say value, remember what it means is benefit minus cost. This is what we call value, right? So here again, let's take this. Let's take this water bottle, right? This water bottle is how much? 100 rupees, right? And the main reason that I'm purchasing this water bottle for 100 rupees is, so in order for me to buy this water bottle, how much do I have to pay? 100, right? But the need I get by consuming this water bottle, should it be greater or lesser than 100 rupees? Lesser? Higher, greater, right? Because that means the benefit that someone get uh, by like consuming any item should be higher than the amount or like any sort of cost they have to incur when purchasing that product or service. Now that's what we call value. Clear? What we get compared to what we pay, right? Sometimes when the what we pay is high compared to what we get, will there be a value? No, right? So in order for us to say there is value, someone, if I ask you on the next day, what is value, you should know it is benefit minus the cost, right? So here, for an example, so have you seen that people have started to work at cafes, you know, like baristas, Java lounge, they work, right? So like so definitely for these people, can't they work at their home? Of course they can, right? But still, they are still planning to work at those cafes, right? So in their aspect, maybe considering the amount they have to pay. So maybe you have to order something. Then maybe you have to order a drink. Maybe you have to order snack, right? So from their aspect, compared to that cost, maybe they will be getting much more benefit. Maybe their internet connection is not good, right? So when they get to work at those cafes, it's much more beneficial to them, right? And they don't have to cook. They can order drinks and snacks, all of they want in their convenience, right? Sometimes people like to be in cafes because of the environment and the atmosphere. And maybe that's the reason they want to work at such cafes, right? So when companies, so what you have to realize by now is, as a consumer, you will buy a product or you will buy a service only what exists, only when there is a value for you. Okay. So first of all, companies have to realize that they need to create a value for consumers. At this point, just remember, for consumers in order to what? Market their product or service, right? Then we move on to the marketing strategy. So listen to this part because yeah, you have to like listen to this part in order to do your assignment as well. So here, under the marketing strategy, we mainly focus on two things. Right. So here we are referring to strategy. Remember, when we say strategy, we are referring to marketing strategy. Okay, marketing strategy means here we mainly focus on two things. First one, target market. Second one, value proposition. Do you like? I think. Do you have any idea on what target market is? You have. What does it mean? Target market. Sorry. Wait. No. Not something like that. So here, target market means assume that you have a product or a service, right? So again, if we take that Lego blocks, can I, what's your age now? 18, right? So if I am the Lego block supplier, can I sell it to you? Will there be a purpose? No, right? So likewise, target market means what is the right kind of people to whom I should sell my product or service. Now that's what you call target market, because here you can't sell your product to almost everyone, right? Maybe people, when it comes to like difference, there can be difference based on the preference, or there can be difference based on the income. So likewise, with product and services, there has to be a target market. Who are the right kind of people for your product and service? Now that's what we call target market, right? Then value proposition. Value proposition means like what are the core values for your product? For an example, or in simple terms, what are the values that you are promising to give your customer? Or in other words, why your product is superior compared to your competitor's product? Why you have to choose us over the competitor? Now that's what you call value proposition, right? So at this point, I'm just giving you a very simple explanation. Okay. So here, assume right. So here, assume that you have a cafe near a university, right? Then, yeah, in that case, what will be the marketing strategy for that cafe? Just tell. Sorry? Gaming? Yeah. So what I'm asking is, you have a cafe near a university, right? Then what would be your target market? Customers, what sort of customers? Huh? No, it's like you have to be more specific. So here, I told you that the cafe is located near to what premises? University. Then what can we do is, we can sell our cafe's product to whom? To university students, right? So if your cafe is located near a university, for most part, your target customers will be who? The students who are like the university students, right? Or at least maybe the working people, like the working younger generation who are living near to that area, right? Then, if that's your target market, what can be the value proposition, or like how can you make those consumers choose your cafe over other cafes. Remember, your target market is university student. Then how can you propose, or how can you promise them to give them value? Sorry? Daily visits? The ones who are joining online, you can also answer. Yeah, so Rukaya Kamila. So here, I told you under marketing strategy, we focus on two things. What? Target market and value proposition. So here we concluded for a cafe that is located near a university, the target market would be the university students, right? Or the younger generation who are working in that area, right? Then for that target, you are a university student, right? Then by on what basis, or like on what basis that you would decide to dine in at that cafe? Sorry. So here you are you are a university student, right? On what basis that you would decide to go to that cafe and consume their snacks and the drinks? Sorry. It's correct. Rukaya Kamil, do you have an answer? Kamila, do you have an answer? Rukaya, what about you? Do you have an answer? Right. So here, then your value proposition, remember, you are a university student, right? At that age, do you have more money with you? No, right? You don't have that much money, like around that age. Then your value proposition should be what? Affordable service. So you can provide them space, or maybe you can provide them snacks, or maybe you can provide them drinks, which fall under what range? Affordable range. So now that's how you are planning to give them value. And that's how you are, telling them to choose your cafe over others' cafe, right? So here, when we say value proposition, what it means is like when we want to dine in at a certain place, what are the main things that help us to select that place? Maybe it's the affordability, or maybe it's the affordable snacks. Maybe it's the what you call the space, atmosphere. Likewise, now those are what we call value proposition, right? Then we are done with what? Marketing strategy. Then we have to understand what marketing tactic means, right? Marketing tactic means, so now you have a marketing strategy, right? Then, so in order for you to get that marketing strategy, what are the tools that you can use on your day-to-day life? Now that's what we call tactics. So I will explain it again. So you have a strategy. That means you have decided on your target market. Just familiar with the example. You have decided on a target market, university students. Then you have decided on what? Value proposition. You are going to provide them with affordable snacks, affordable coffees, affordable space, right? Then, in order for you to achieve that strategy, what are the tools that you can use on your day-to-day life? Now, that's what we call marketing tactics, right? Remember, this is somewhat similar to the 7 P's we learned, but these two are different. Can you remember the 7 P's? They started with product. What about the other three? Yeah, there were 7. People, process, and physical evidence, right? So here again with the marketing tactics, we have 7. But remember, I mean, they are similar to your marketing piece. Like that means, so here, marketing tactics. So here we have 7 marketing tactics. We call them 7 P's. With marketing needs, what we have was 7 P's, right? You can at least remember seeing the word 7 items starting with P, right? Then with the tactics, what you have is 7 T's. Okay, we call them 7 T's, right? So 7 P's were product, price, place, promotion, people, physical evidence, and process. Right? When it comes to the 70s, they are also same as they are also kind of same as the 7 P's. Okay? 7 tactics are product, price, place, promotion. These 4 are there. Then we have service, process, and brand. Right? They are same, but not exactly the same. Also remember, we use 7 P's when we have to market a service. Okay? Then when it comes to 7 T's, I told you what are they? They are what? Tactics are what? They are the tools that we use to fulfill our marketing strategy. Okay? So yeah, let's do a small activity. So remember, when it comes to marketing strategy, it should have these two, right? Value proposition and the target market. So I will be telling you 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I will be telling you 4 sentences and tell me whether it is a strategy or a tactic. Okay. First one, we will target university students. Is it a strategy or a tactic? Good. Then, Camilla, we will offer a 10% student discount. Is it a strategy or a tactic? Can anyone answer? So you want me to explain it again? So here we were discussing on marketing strategy versus marketing tactic. Okay, marketing strategy. So when we say marketing strategy, we mainly focus on two things: our target market plus the value proposition, right? So when we say, I think I have written on the board. When we say marketing strategy, we focus on two things. Right? First one, target market. Second one, value proposition. Right? Here, what target market means, with every product and service, we can't sell it to everyone, right? So for an example, assume, yeah, the example I took here was Lego blocks, or like, let's take the example of dolls. So, no, yeah, let's take the example of any toy in general. So we know we can only sell those children toys for the maximum teens, right? Afterwards, that for the ones who are in 20 or 23, we can't sell children toys to them, right? Likewise, with every product, we can't sell it to every consumer. Like, so when we say target market, what is the, like, who are the right type of consumer for our product? Now that's what we say under target market. Then when we say value proposition, what it means is, what are the main values of our product, or what are the main benefits that our consumers are getting by using our product. Why do we say our product is superior compared to our competitors' product? Now, those are what we call value proposition. Okay. Then, once you know your strategy, then you can come up with marketing tactic. Marketing tactic means real life tools that will help you to fulfill your strategy. So for an example, I told you under the 70s, what we have: product, price, place, promotion. Then we have brand, process, and service, right? So if someone say, I am planning to, in order to, like, sell my product with this value for my target customer, I'm planning to give them 10% discount. Then that fall under what? Promotions. If they say, like, if they were more specific on the actions they are planning to take, then that fall under a tactic, right? If they give a general idea on the target customer and the value they are promising to give, then that fall under marketing strategy. So Kamila, are you clear now? Kamila? Yes. Then, if I tell you the example of we will offer a 10% student discount, then does it fall under strategy or tactic? Just check whether I am being specific or not. I tell you I am planning to offer 10% student discount. Does it fall under strategy or tactic? Camilla, can you answer? If you are hesitant to speak up, then you can at least write it on the chat box if you want. What about others? Afika, Rukaya, do you have an answer for that statement? Afika, Rukaya, do you have any clue on like what is the category that it fall under? No, that fall under tactics. See here, the statement I gave to you was, we will offer 10% discount. So that's me being more specific. That can fall under promotion. So if it were to be a, like a strategy, what I would say is our product will be much more affordable. If I say that, then that fall under strategy. Are you clear with what I'm saying? So here, okay. So here I have another example. I'm saying we will position ourselves as an affordable cafe. Then what does that fall under? Yes, now that fall under strategy, right? Then I am saying we will post cafe updates on Instagram daily. Tactic, yes, correct. So likewise, so I hope you are clear about the difference between strategy and the tactic. So Arham, I think you are clear, right? What about the online students? Are you clear? Because if you are not clear, then I will be having trouble like going further in the lessons. That's why. If you tell me the part that you don't understand, then I can explain it. Anyway, just tell whether you are clear or not. Can anyone please answer? Yeah, okay. Then, yeah, I told you that when I had to teach you what marketing strategy means. Here I told you that I'm specifically teaching you what marketing strategy. Okay, the reason that I said such thing is because, so you are clear about the factors in the below, right? You are clear about marketing strategy and marketing tactics, right? But what you have to remember is marketing strategy, it comes from the business strategy, and business strategy is coming from the company's vision, right? So listen to this part very carefully. Arha, listen to this part, okay? So here, so have you like heard any company's vision? No. The online students, you must be familiar with the term vision, company's vision. Yes, right. So in your words, what does vision mean? Like very simple word. If I say, this is my company and this is the vision I have for my company. What does it mean? Yeah, the ultimate goal would be that. But what I want you to understand, what does vision mean? Anyone? What does vision mean? So I say, yes, correct. Good. So when we say vision, what it means is it's a bigger picture. For the company, this is the future that I have in mind for this company, like the bigger picture. So when it comes to vision, these things are not easily attainable. What it means is like the vision that you have, it cannot be most of the time, it cannot be accomplished within few years, right? You have to at least spend 10 or 20 years working to achieve that vision. So for an example, assume like with any educational institute, their vision can be what? The premium education provider. For if they are teaching business management, then their vision can be the premium education provider for the subject of business management, right? Then that's what we call vision. Are you clear? Right. Then, so here so up to now, we were discussing about a cafe that would be located near a university. What can be their vision? The ones who are joining online, you also can type your answer. If we are referring to a cafe that would be located near to a university, what can be the vision for such cafe? No idea. Nothing. No vision. So here we can assume it would be to make sure or to convert their space as the most favorite space to hang out among the university students, right? Now that could be the company vision, right? Then business strategy means in order to get that or in order to fulfill that bigger picture, what are the things they can do? So under the business strategy, they can keep providing for so under the business strategy, assuming maybe it is to increase the number of university students who are visiting the cafe by 100. That's what you can do, right? Now that's what we call business strategy. So you have the bigger picture, right? Then in order to achieve the bigger picture, what are the things that you can do now in the present, right? So in order to achieve the bigger picture, you can increase your popularity for your cafe by this much, or you can increase your profit for your company by this much. Now that's what we call business strategy, right? Then marketing strategy means assume that your business strategy is to increase the number of students by 40%, right? Then marketing strategy means in order to achieve your business strategy, how can the marketing department can contribute? Clear? So here I will explain it. Here assume, let's take the example of an education institute, right? Then the vision for the company, right? The vision for a education like such company can be to be the premium education provider. Right? Then this is the vision. This is the bigger picture, right? Then in order to achieve the vision, what you need to have is a business strategy. Right? As business strategy, maybe it will be to increase the number of students by 30%. Right? Maybe to increase the profit by 1 million, right? Or maybe to update like a very practical curriculum. So likewise, these are what we call business strategy, right? Then in order to fulfill this business strategy, what can the marketing department do? Now that's what falls under marketing strategy. Right? Then we focus on the two things, the target market and value proposition. Clear? The month who are joining online, are you all clear about that part? Can anyone please comment on the chat box? Afika, Kamila, Rukaya, Sadurshan, can anyone please mention on the chat box whether you are clear about what I explained so far or not, like about the connection from company's vision to the marketing strategy. Yes, Rukaya is clear. What about Camila? Camila and Nafika? Are you two clear? Sadhurushan, clear, okay. Afika and Camila, what about you two? Clear. Okay, now we are clear about what point? Marketing strategy, right? So here, marketing tactic means I told you under marketing tactics, we have 7 T's, right? Product, price, place, promotion, then brand, process, all of that. And also remember, when it comes to your marketing tactics, it should align with your marketing strategy. For an example, assume that let's take the same cafe example. So we said our target market will be who? The university student, right? As the value proposition, we are planning to give affordable cafe, affordable snacks, and a space that is affordable, right? But suddenly, when it comes to the price, that's the concept, right? But in reality, when it comes to the pricing of your coffee, they fall under the expensive range. Then will those two align? No. So likewise, remember your marketing strategy should align with your marketing tactic. Right. Then let's do small activity as in so here, what do you think, or like, what do you think Apple's marketing strategy? So under marketing strategy, we focus on 2 things, right? Target market and the value proposition. So based on that, what would be how those two would look according to Apple? Sorry? Yeah. What would be the target market of Apple? Yeah, target market means the type of consumer. The ones who are joining online, you can even put the answer here. What would be the target market and value proposition for Apple as a company? No idea. Do you have Apple phone? So that's the reason you can't say the target. What about others? Can the ones who are joining online, if you want, you can speak up or type your answer in the chat box. How would the target market would look for Apple? And how what would be their value proposition? Afika, Kamila, Rukaya, Sadurshan, any answer? So here, then I will explain. So here, when it comes to Apple phone, most of the time, like compared to other phone, is the Apple more expensive or cheap? Compared to other phone, expensive, right? So with when it comes to target market of Apple, they have customers who are willing to pay a higher price in order to get what? Premium features, right? Then also like when we think of the target market, most of them are what? They are younger generation, right? Younger generation plus, even if we think of like the older people, they buy the Apple phone most of the time because of the brand, right? So here, target market will even include people who are concerned about the status. So that means they are buying the Apple brand instead of the phone, right? Then, yeah. And also another thing is, if you, yeah, if you know about the Apple phone, yeah, now Apple phones, are they marketing themselves as a very complicated phone or easy to use phone? Easy to use, right? They say that they are like features are customer friendly. So here, now that's the value proposition. They are targeting themselves as a phone brand that even the not so technically expertise people can use, right? And another thing is like they are, what do you call this, the design of the Apple phone, like very sleek, very clean design. Now that's also a value proposition. Then what else? Uh, yeah. So that what fall under the value proposition, right? For the target market, they have younger generation and they have like any person who is willing to pay a higher price tag in order to get the premium features than the people who are willing to buy the status, right? The value proposition would be their like user-friendly interface, the technology, the sleek, what you call the design of it, like bugs. So here, the reason that I want to emphasize all of that is most of the time in your advertisement, like all the things that you can see, they indirectly they portray their marketing strategy. So here, let's take a look at this Apple advertisement. Then you will be able to see all the things that we discuss under the marketing strategy of Apple. Can't hear anything, Nathan. See, when it comes to Apple, like the value proposition they use in most cases is their design. And that's the part they are emphasizing even when they advertise their product. Then we have Nike. What do you think is the marketing strategy of Nike? No idea. Huh? Once you are joining online, do you have any idea on the marketing strategy of Nike? So when I say marketing strategy, what you are supposed to find is their target market and their value proposition. No idea. Aram, do you have an answer? So what is the answer? What I'm asking is the target market and how they are planning to give value to their target customers for Nike. No idea. So here, what is Nike known for? They are known as what? They are known as like a sports brand, right? So their target market would be anyone who is willing to be active or athletic, right? So it's simple as that. And also when it comes to their target market, they actually have, like product for the usual, like like the normal consumers like us, plus for the professional athletes, right? So their target market range from like everyday fitness enthusiastic to professional athletics. Clear? Then, so do you like, can you remember the slogan that Nike uses for their campaign? Yeah, so with this, like what do you call this, correct mark, some most of the time we see like a certain words or slogan under that mark. Yes. So that's a way that they're actually trying to bring value. So here, what they like the value or like the value that they are trying to put into the market is, if you feel like you want to do something, just do it. Like if you have like a body that's functionable, just do it. Just don't think about other things, just do it, right? Even if you are feeling like even if you have other things, or even if you are like, what it means is just basically like the way they are trying to what do you call, uh, contribute value is by uh, by by framing them as a very empowering brand. So the value they are trying to convey is, if you buy our brand, you will feel empowered. So that's the value they are trying to propose, right? So here, let's see one of their advertisement. So anyway, like the way they are trying to propose value is by empowering you. That's the concept they are using. Do you get like the idea that they were trying to convey with it? What was it? Yeah. So here, the main idea that they were trying to convey, can be a ballerina. You can go skydive. You can be anything you want. Like you can play any sports you want, and you can be anyone you want. Then we have Adidas. So Adidas is similar to Nike, but maybe you guys don't know it, but there is a slight difference. Do you know it? No. Sorry. So here, so both are known as very athletic wear, right? The main difference is, so here, compared to Nike, Adidas is more like streetwear plus sportswear. So what it means is like compared to the Nike, these what do you call the app, their products, you can use them for their day to day. You can use them, you can wear them for their day to day as well, right? And compared to Nike, most of the time Adidas have much more like what do you call the high fashionable appeal as well, right? So when it comes to the marketing strategy of Adidas, it would be anyone who wants that sports plus casual wear look, then plus the people who are somewhat, or the athletes who are somewhat fashion conscious. Now they fall under the target market of Adidas, right? Then when it comes to the value proposition, they actually what do you call the concept they goes with is that they are a product who focus on the performance of athletes plus their comfort plus the fashion sense, right? So when it comes to Adidas, their value proposition, it consists of three things. First one, the Adidas product, it should help with their performance, right? Then it should give them a like comfort as casual wear. Plus, it should be fashionable. So here, let's take a look at Adidas, the advertisement of Adidas.
Okay, hold on. It's only right. It's only points. It's only upward. It's only a block, a serve. It's only breaking the laws of track. It's only getting back. It's only a jump.
Like you can like so since you have watched both advertisement for Nike and Adidas, you can see the way they are promoting it slightly different. Like And even the designs, they are also slightly different. Right. So once I explain this, then yeah, I will try to stop the class. So here now we will try to learn why do companies need this marketing strategy? Why do you think that the companies need the marketing strategy? First one, identify their customers. So here, as I mentioned in the very beginning, we can't serve, like every type of customer, right? People can have different preference, then people can have different income. So likewise, it's easier for us to know, like it's easier for us to market our product when we are fully certain about our right type of customer, right? So yeah, in the previous example of that cafe example, our target customers were who? The university students, right? As a result, everything from pricing, the preference, type of customer, the affordability of the space, all of them but depended, all of them were what you call designed based on our target consumer. Assume that your target consumers are university students, right? But when it comes to like the price of each of the dishes or price of the each of the coffee, they were expensive. Then will your target consumer will be able to purchase those? No, right? And that's why, like even with same companies, sometimes we have a budget-friendly product plus like a premium product, right? I think even in nowadays, uh, yeah, nowadays we even with the lunch menus, the same lunch menu is affordable as budget pack and the normal like the usual pack because they are targeting. There is a one segment, like one type of customers they are targeting, right? Second one, understand what customers want. Based on our target customer, each of us has different requirements. So here, as the example, I have taken Apple. So I told you, when it comes to Apple, like we want like very easy to use technology that even not even someone who is not good with technology can use, right? And we want that sleek design. What it means is like we don't want this like stuff attached to it from here and there. Like I mean, like if we think of Apple iPhone, most of the time the only difference they do is with the camera, right? Apart from that, the basic cover it always follow the same sleek design, right? So the most of the people who are using Apple iPhone, they have a very simple design preference. So likewise, based on the customer, what they want will also differ and how that impacts you because what you require has to be given to you and that's when you give value to our product. Only when you have a value you will end up buying our product, right? So again, if we take the example of Adidas and Nike, the customers who go for Adidas, they are slightly different from the consumers who go for what? Nike. The consumers who go for Adidas, they want athleisure, they want to do sports, they want to wear these clothes as casual wear, plus they want a fashionable appeal. That won't be met with what? Nike's clothes. So likewise, it is really important to identify our target customer, right? Then stand out from the competitor. So here, when I explain the marketing strategy to you, I told you value proposition needs. What are the core values that you are promising to give to your customer? Or why your product is superior from your competitor? Or why are you asking your customer to choose your product over your consumer? Because yeah, let's take the example. Even when we think of cafes, there are like so many, right? But still, if we think of it compared to other cafes, still there has to be one cafe that's much more popular, right? And there has to be several reasons that people prefer that cafe over other reasons. The same thing can happen even with the clothing, or even with the mobile phones, or even with the sportswear. Most of the time you have some sort of a competitor, right? So you have to make sure, or you have to promise your consumer, here we are giving you this value extra compared to our competitor. So recently, did you see that commercial bank has introduced Google Pay? You see that, right? So see, now they are saying here you can't get this service in any other banks as of now, right? They are the only ones who are providing that service. See here, now that's one way. Also, now that's one value that tells the consumers to choose commercial bank over other banks. See, then use resources wisely. What it means is this. So we have a specific consumer, right? And these specific consumers have specific requirements, right? So then we only have to spend money on what our specific customers want, right? For an example, again, let's take the Apple phone, right? Here, the app where the people, like the consumers who are using Apple phone, what they need is a sleek design, right? So if you already know that, right? If you are already aware about the type of customer, or the requirement of your customer, then do you have to spend money doing research on two models, one with heavy design and one with a simple design? No, because you know the type of customer that the company has. So likewise, when you know exactly the type of customers you have and exactly what they want, then you only have to spend money on that part only. Are you clear with the idea that I'm getting? Like, you don't have to spend money on everything, right? Then build so another example is this. So yeah, assume that for the previous cafe example, who was our target market? University students. So when it comes to university students, like, do they watch newspapers or radios? No, right? Then it would be a waste if we spend money on newspaper advertisement and radio advertisement. Instead, we can put any advertisement on social media. So likewise, now that's what we say. If we know our marketing strategy, it helps us to use our resources wisely. Right. Then build long-term relationships with customers. What do you think it means? Yeah, partially correct. What about others? If as a company, if we know our marketing strategy, how it help us to build long-term relationships with customers? Yeah, slightly correct. Kamila, Rukaya, Sadurshan, do you have any idea? Kamila, Rukaya, Sadurshan, can anyone tell if you are already aware about your company's marketing strategy? That means you are aware about your target market plus the value proposition, right? How it helps you to build long-term relationships with customers. No idea. So it's like this. When a company know, right, exactly who their customers are and exactly what they require, right, all of your product, all of your service will only cater to that target customer and the requirement, right? The same thing, your customers are also aware about that. Then the customers get the idea, see, these people know who we are and what we really want. And they will keep making us product or service which will fulfill our requirement. And if you think about it, what can be the other reason that people who have like Apple, like they have most, like majority of them still buy the Apple iPhone, because whatever the product that Apple has been giving for the people who have bought Apple iPhone, still there has to be something, because still majority of the people, or like we say, if someone has bought Apple iPhone, I don't know, like most people say, then they would not go for Samsung, right? Because it's because of this. They are aware about their marketing strategy and they don't change it. I mean, like they don't, like they have a correct or a suitable marketing strategy. Then reach company goal. So in the very beginning, I told you, you don't straight away come to the marketing strategy. First of all, what you have is company's vision. Then you have business strategy. Then what you have? Marketing strategy. Then you have tactics. So likewise, all of them are what? Interconnected. So if you are able to fulfill your marketing strategy, then definitely you has helped the company to achieve its business strategy. Then by helping the company to achieve the business strategy, you have helped the company to reach their vision in a help them to reach their vision slightly in a shorter time period. Clear, like it helps them to meet their vision. The time is still 2:10, right? So are you all clear about everything I said so far? The ones who are joining online, Kamila, Rukaya, Sadurshan, are you clear up to this point? Could you please specify and answer? Rukaya, clear. What about other two? Kamila and Sadurshan? Mm, 15. And I will explain this part and finish the lesson. So here, I told you under the marketing strategy, we focus on what? Two things, target market and value proposition. So, and also in your assignment, I told you in one part, you are supposed to identify your target market based on a theory, right? Now this is that theory, right? So we use 5C's framework to identify your target market. Okay, remember this part. Right. So what it means is under 5C's definitely there has to be 5C's, right? So here we have the company, we have collaborators, company, context, and the consumer, right? Here, what it means is based on your company, based on your collaborator, based on your competitor and the contest, your customer will be like that means the target customer will be decided based on your company, collaborators, competitor and the contest. What it means is this. So when we think of companies, right, most of them has like, I think, you're not familiar. So most of us as a company, we have strength and weakness. So if we think of a company like Tesla, what sort of technology do they have? You're familiar with Tesla, right? Electric vehicles. So that means when it comes to the technology relevant to electric vehicles or like advanced technology, they have it, right? That's the only reason that's one of the reason they were able to provide electric vehicles. Because assume like, even if they had the concept, right? What if they did not have knowledge and all of those, like machinery and all of that to make that technology, to convert that technology into vehicle? So here, when we say company, what it means is as a company, what are the strengths you have? What are the weakness you have? Sometimes you may have good capital, that means lots of money to invest. Sometimes you may not have that. Sometimes you may have a good research and department team, but that's not the case with everyone, right? Then When we say collaborators, what we mean is any other people or company which help us to give value to the customer. So for an example, like suppliers, then distributors, then material providers, all of them, they have to do their part in order for you to give value to your consumer, right? So if you do not have like enough suppliers, then the number of products that you can produce, it is limited, right? But you have a contact with a supplier who can help you to provide material that will be enough for you to produce 1,000 units. See, now you can, when it comes to your target customer, it will be much more broad. So likewise, when we say collaborate, support any other people or any other company that help us to give value to our consumer. Clear? So a company done, collaborate done. Then competitor. Competitor means sometimes, again, let's take the example of let's take the example of Tesla. If we exclude Tesla, right, all the other like Toyota, what are the other mobile, not the mobile, like vehicle brands? Toyota, Audi, all of them, right? And when it comes to the competition between those car brands, it is really high, right? So Tesla, they wanted to enter into the market, but what they realized was the competition was high. So as a result, they realized they need to focus on another market. And that's why they came up with the electric vehicles. So likewise, sometimes your target market can be different because maybe you like there is high competition from your competitor, right? Then contest means here sometimes like contest means, can you remember like we learn about the pestle factors, political, legal, then social, then natural, all of them. Based on any changes that's happening in your business environment, your target customer can change. For an example, uh, for an example, assume nowadays people have, nowadays people have started to be more health conscious, right? And if you are running a cafe, maybe when you may have to take that into consideration because maybe most of your target customers will be health conscious ones, right? So likewise, when we say contest means changes can happen in your political environment, or changes can happen in your economic environment. So likewise, all of them matter when you have to decide your target customer, right? Clear? Because you have to like thoroughly identify this or like understand this in order to do your site. Clear, right? The ones who are joining online, are you clear about what I said? Kamila, Rukaya, Sadurshan, could you please put a message on the text box? So Rukaya is clear. What about the other two? Kamila and Sadurshan? Because you have to understand this in order to do your assignment. That's why I'm emphasizing this again and again. Camilla, are you clear about what I said so far? Or clear? Okay, good. Then Sadurshan. Yes, okay. Then we will stop our class at this point. And tomorrow we will have a class from 9 to 4:30, and make sure to join the class by 9, because like when you join like in the middle, I may have explained the like the content that comes after this point, right? Then you won't be able to understand much of it since most of them are connected, right? So make sure to join the class by 9 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, that would be it for today.